1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage of the fourth and final day of this county championship fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV, where I'm afraid we're in the studio, which means we're in for a delayed start. We have quite a heavy shower. About half an hour ago, the ground staff were frantically getting out there to put the covers on and make sure that the square and the bowlers' run-ups were all protected from a pretty heavy shower. So a delayed start to this fourth and final day. We're a bit on and off through the course of the first day, and it might be something similar through the course of this fourth and final day, a little similar to yesterday perhaps. We shall see, and we shall see where this game's actually heading. It's certainly in a strong position for Warwickshire. They've got themselves a lead of 230 runs, and they've still got wickets to play with if they want to carry on batting, should we get out there at some point today, which I think we will do. I think it might be similar to what we saw on Sunday. Mike Taylor from BBC WM, who covers Warwickshire, is with us this morning. I guess the Warwickshire boys, Mike, good morning to you, will be pretty keen to try and get out there.
Yes, very eager. And the last 40 minutes or so of batting last night, with Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley taking the initiative, pushed them out, towards a position where they will look for a sprint to the tape in terms of setting up a target as and when they do come out. Now, they'll have to calibrate that as to how much cricket they think there's going to be, and that's going to be very difficult. It was difficult yesterday because at the time that their innings started, they might have had 150 overs left in the game, or it could have been as few as 50. So it's very hard to guess. We may get to a point sooner rather than later where they think we'll back 230 because it's a game that we really need to try and win, having made all the running, or at least been in the ascendant, I think, for most of it.
You can see the score there, 96 for 3 in the second innings. The lead is 230 runs. Ed Barnard's very enterprising 40 last night was really pivotal, wasn't it? That little session after tea, they managed to move the game on a bit.
Yes, in the context of last week, where they had an even bigger lead away to Essex, perhaps not on such a helpful pitch for bowlers, and came unstuck in the third innings. At 30 for 3 yesterday, they might have had that sort of palpitation again. But Barnard took the initiative, particularly against Lyon, the most difficult bowler, and did well. And that just took them to a point beyond 200 where I think they will be thinking today of a short batting stint, depending on how much time's left in the game.
Jacob Bethell was probably the pick of the bowlers, wasn't he? He had a fabulous day for Warwickshire, and he managed to go and get 4 wickets. And it was a pretty modest-looking first-class bowling career up until yesterday.
A very short one. I mean, yeah, he's trebled his number of first-class wickets. Look, good for him. Everybody needs a breakthrough performance. So things, worked in his favour. A helpful pitch to bowl on, good conditions. Even the fact that the senior spinner Danny Briggs is not available at the moment. Whenever a player is injured, it's bad for them, and it gives opportunities to somebody else. He was injured and couldn't bowl much when he was able to play last season. Now he's proving that he's going to be a useful bowler, I think, for the white ball cricket coming up soon as well.
And for Lancashire, it's a case of whenever they are asked to bat again, to try and bat as sensibly and as calmly as they can do. And we've seen a little bit from Keaton Jennings. We saw a lot from Alex Davis and from one or two others. If you bat sensibly, you can survive. You can get runs.
You can bat time. Whether you can chase is another thing, because only in very short spells have we seen people able to score quickly on this pitch. So again, Lancashire will have a decision to make, I'm sure, as to what their approach is going to be when they know how long they're going to be asked to bat for and what, if any, target there is to chase. OK, well, we hope for some good news. 96 for 3, Warwickshire in their second innings. That lead is 231. The covers are out here at Emirates Old Trafford. Fingers crossed we get some play. Let's just recap what we saw on day 3.
In comes Dalby. Bowls and Jennings just... Balderson, sorry, just plays that quite nicely in the end, just allows it to run off the face of the bat. And he picks up 4, just beats the fielder well, then hopefully we get a few hours cricket.
Derby to Jennings. He's threaded that down towards the third man boundary. He's going to get 4 for it. To the rope.
Has 5 to come in this over and starts. And there's a loose drive from Balderson. It's going to bring him 4 runs down to third man. Then off a thick edge, up and over the gully. 2, 3, 4, 5 paces. He bounces in. And it's caught. Slip, is it? They're claiming a catch. Balderson is not keen, but he's going to have to go. And a wicket for Jacob Bethell.
Bethell bowls. It's a pad of Jennings. Oh, he's given him. It's a very gentle appeal from the bowler, kind of giving up his appeal at one stage. Keaton Jennings really isn't an happy man with that.
In, short, pulled, controlled pull shot. He's played it really well. Races out towards the boundary. Lovely shot by Hurst. And that concludes the over. It's nothing from Yates so far. Tries a catch. It's chopped straight up towards Davis. Then Aspinwall slumps on his bat.
Well, as in comes Yates. Just drops it slightly short. Hurst turns that away, and I think it should run away for 4. Certainly does.
First-class wickets these are. And he's looking for more, and he might well have Bailey stumped. Well, I think that's probably the other side of the line as to how much to attack, because Bailey came 2 paces down. He's standing quite close in at some second slip. Lyon goes for the gap, sweeps hard, and will get 4 runs. Good stroke. Hit it well away from Hassan Ali, who's the lonely man on the mid-wicket boundary, just behind square 4.
Top balls and it's edge. Is it? It is. Brilliant acrobatic catch in the slips.
To have a chat and take pictures and sign things.
Very good.
Sweep attempted here by Morley, and he's gone. Out for naught. And Lancashire all out for 149. And Lintop tidies things up with his 3rd wicket.
Bailey bowls and it's played lovely through the covers by Alex Davis. Snaps his wrist through the ball and times it lovely. That's the first boundary of the 2nd innings for Warwickshire. Then comes Bailey. Bowls and Yates cuts that beautifully through backward point. It should run away for 4. And it does. Beautiful shot from Yates.
Round the wicket comes Balderson. Oh, and that's taken the outside edge. It's a good ball. And it just bounced a little bit on Rob Yates, who was looking to defend. And through to Hurst. So the first breakthrough made by Balderson in the 4th over. Lyon from the Anderson end. He's bowled Davis. He paps off the inside edge. And finally they've got through Davis. It's just flicked the leg stump. And he's not going to stay on the field for the entire game to try and aim for a declaration. He's quite hard.
Molly balls, that one stays low. Yep, the batter more or less walks. The umpire raises a finger.
Rather incongruously, and Barnard's down and sweeps hard for 4 runs. Good shot. He got plenty of that, but hit it all along the ground and away for 4 runs. Moves up with a grin and bowls to Mosley. Reverse sweeps, and he got a big chunk of that, and it's running away towards the boundary for 4.
Bit of a pinch me moment bowling with Lyon yesterday. He's in that slug swept by Barnard out towards the leg side. And he clonks over the rope, all the way over the rope for 6 for Barnard.
Lyon bowls again. Bernard sweeps, and he sweeps really well and really hard. And it's 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. He's really challenging Nathan Lyon here. Then comes Lyon. Bowls, and it's a beautiful shot from Ed Bernard. And that's what sweeping's done. It's allowed Nathan Lyon to drop his length.
Morley again. It's clipped away down towards fine leg, and it's Jennings that puts the dive in. It gets underneath his body. He may have got just a little bit of something on it. Puts a dive in, just Jennings trying to flick it back from the boundary. It's a fabulous effort by the Lancashire captain to try and save a run or 2 for his side, but it has gone for 4. Barnard's back on strike. That's whipped away through the onside. He'll take another single. Which
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose Together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose Together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose Together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose Together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Throw. Try it all. football. It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county. Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and decisive. What a moment.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
It's really important, really, to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancashire cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us. And sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience, an opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Felt a bit loaded.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So, yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs. And so, yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights, trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company, Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that Pelly case.
Using the StreamHub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your if you can take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up. So the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works. Oh, great effort, Asp! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary.
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler with a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
You know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our 2 Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger and Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger and Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger and Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are are brilliant to work with. You're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young, and they're all ambitious, and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically, and I, for one, I can tell you it's mind-boggling. "1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's safe. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
Are out in the middle and speaking to Lancashire's head groundsman Matt Merchant to just get a little idea as to how it's all how it's all looking. Umpires in Blackwell and Rob White. You can just see them there at the edge of the square. The blotter's going back and forth, doing its merry work. And the umpires are just having a little brief chat. It's a very relaxed inspection, this, because there's been a lot of rain falling. It's a type of inspection where you wander out with a cup of tea and maybe a custard cream or two, just to get an early idea from the ground staff as to how it's looking. But it absolutely hammered it down. It was about 20 past 10. Actually, I reckon they've got soup, actually, because there's soup being served. Anyway, it was about 20 past 10, and he absolutely tipped it down. And the Matt and his guys, they were herring all over the place, and they drank the covers on and protect the square and protect the bowlers run-ups. Is that soup? That's the main thing we need to know. I reckon Ian Blackwell's had a bit of soup there. Something spicy, I'm told. So yeah, they got all the sheets on and as quick as they could, but there was a lot of rain falling, and there was a lot of rain falling last night. So from last night and through this morning. So it's wet, and it's going to take a bit of time for them to get things ready. That's just definitely confirmed that is soup, isn't it? That has got to be soup in there. That is this kind of spicy soup that's currently being served, which is lovely. It's definitely not a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. It's a good choice. Early morning soup. So they've had a little bit of a wander up, and they've had a brief look around, and the umpires are going to go and report back to the respective dressing rooms and the respective captains, and maybe even go for a little bit more soup, because that clearly has gone down very well. So we'll bring you some news of what has happened in this inspection just as soon as we get it, but there's certainly nothing imminent in terms of a start time here. It is, we're told, pretty wet out on the outfield. A lot of rain's fallen. Ground staff have done everything they can to cover up the crucial kind of areas, as you can see, and they've just started to peel away some of those protective sheets now. So the kind of the early early part of the clean-up operation is underway. The sheets are being dragged off and the blotter's going back and forth, but you can see the blotter there, the water actually just coming up as it's pushing its way across the outfield. So there is a lot of surface water and a lot of work that needs to be done. You can see there the water is just squeezing up from the surface as it heads out towards the middle again to do its thing. So we'll keep you across how this is all developing, and as soon as we're here, we'll feed it back to you in terms of the results of that inspection. I suspect it will be, we'll take another look in an hour or so, something like that, but we'll wait for the official word to filter back. But yeah, there's a lot of rain last night, and then that shower, so about 20 past 10, something like that, it absolutely teamed it down. So quite a bit of work for the ground staff to do. Fingers crossed it stays dry. I mean, I'm not so sure how much more rain we can absorb really through today. Of course, yesterday was a day where we were on and off quite a bit, weren't we? We had that spell going back and forth from the dressing rooms for the players because of the rain, and we had that quite alarming sight, didn't we? That really thick black cloud above the ground yesterday, and we had thunder and lightning as well at one stage, and it all looked a bit bleak really. So that wasn't but in saying that, we still got quite a lot of cricket yesterday, certainly much more than what we thought was going to be possible. So we await further news. The ground staff there busy going about their work. Fingers crossed for some encouraging news from the umpires. I suspect it'll be we'll take another look or so in maybe an hour or so's time, but we'll wait for confirmation of that, and we shall let you know. If you want to have a little look around some of the other grounds, we can do, because they have started elsewhere in some of the other fixtures. Where's this one? This is Kent against Essex at Canterbury. So Daniel Bell-Drummond and Ben Compton are batting here for Kent. This is their second innings. They're 20 for 1. They're still trailing by 177 runs. So Kent were bowled out for 394 in their first innings. That was in reply to the Essex 591 for 7 declared. And now Kent are 20 for 1 second time round, so still trailed by 177. That's the only Division 1 game that's being played. We can see there are 4 Division 2 matches. All those are in play. So we'll start with the leaders, who are Sussex, who are at Middlesex this week. And Sussex making that big score in their first innings, 554 for 9 declared, and Middlesex in reply 436 for 6. So trailed by 118 runs. Obviously these are all day 4 in these fixtures. Gloucestershire against Derbyshire, where Gloucestershire are 439 for 5. Van Buren still going, 165 not out. There's a big century for James Bracey as well for Gloucestershire yesterday. So Gloucestershire trailed Derbyshire by 87 runs at 439 for 5 in their first innings. A lot of rain-affected games. Leicestershire against Glamorgan. This is at Grace Road. Glamorgan are 15 for 1 in their second innings. Manus Labuschagne, the Australian international, with Eddie Byram, the 2 batters there. Glamorgan do have a lead. It's 59 runs, 15 for 1 in their second innings, Glamorgan at Leicestershire. And the final game in Division 2 is between Northamptonshire and Yorkshire, where Yorkshire are into their second innings, and they are 192 for 5 in that game, and Shah Massoud 96 not out. And Yorkshire do have a lead, just gone off screen there, but I can tell you it's 253 is their lead. There it is, 253 their lead with 5 wickets remaining. So Yorkshire might declare and see if they can try and bowl Northamptonshire out at some point. So there are games taking place around the country. We await for further news here. We can just see, actually, which is quite encouraging, some of the Lancashire players who have just headed out to the middle, or headed outside rather, to start a little bit of a warm-up. So maybe that's encouraging news from that inspection, as the players are just starting to slowly limber up for the possibility of playing some cricket. But as soon as we get confirmation as to what's happening next, we will we'll let you know. Stay tuned for that.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go? as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's great. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Salt. It's into...
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But how, I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lymm Rugby Club. And enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field. And that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever. I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he
it
was
well.
fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time?
Mm.
And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah. Purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire Schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lymm Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire Schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire Schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire Schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grattan Hall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about 3 pounds too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7. and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know, you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and it, you know, hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
And
the
he
word he
mumbled
was.
a bit
Yeah,
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home. I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career,
Yeah.
and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were two knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my third or fourth game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those two were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which
Yes.
didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, and I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I'd got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first four, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time?
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night.
Yeah.
And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancashire and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have two of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those two guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
First ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it had been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and, you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to 98?
10 years, yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And, you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from '87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through '89, '90. We started in '88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, '86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in '87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormer began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in '87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as '86, and then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on the last 8 championship games to end up second, and I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room, and then those lads that had played well in '87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in '87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or whatever?
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. From the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different, whether it was Grapnall under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. At that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., and then he threw me a few balls into the net, and then the game started. Obviously he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl, and we talked about him, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging, and all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffers in 2 balls. bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in-swinger to Chris Lewis and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball. And he got to here, and I knew he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, and sort of reversed his wrist. Yeah. But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded it slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball. Hit me. Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he'd not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can, we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. It was fantastic. But you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Was.
He did,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wasim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff, he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Was when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murali.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murali play 2 or 3 years? And he was another great man. Absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets and we lost. So he got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because I mean, the size.
It wasn't. It actually wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times, and never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know that?
I do know
Not
that.
first class, but
Yeah.
because you've played so many
Yeah.
one-day games.
No, I do know that. And it's a nice little...
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. But we played on some good wickets. We had,
Well,
we had the best groundsman in the world.
You were
in Peter Marin.
And you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You encouraged him, obviously, to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here, who played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler. And he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, when Chappie started, what, 92? You know, that was in the midst of really good wickets. I mean, there were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you'd got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those two different one-day teams, or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period, and then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team, and then it went from there. So there were two distinct good periods during my time. And there was an overlap of one or two people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years, and you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently? Because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...
no, I think generally. But we'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention two or three, I think. Yeah. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's two Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the two that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chapple as a quick bowler, not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability, gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you two as bowlers stand out. For longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are five names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But you must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingstone and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that,
Yeah.
to be honest.
So,
You'd have loved
you
that,
know,
wouldn't
I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket. And every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
initially?
early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested, thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad. And now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand obviously world test champions, but they, you know, they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with test cricket. And, you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we? You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah, probably.
We won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it? And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense. But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game. And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they? So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career, both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, you know, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
You know, there's not many. And clearly, I played, in my mind, only 10 Test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did, well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I love doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because, you know, working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together. And I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people. And you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements, that's not it at all, but your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had, the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way, not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up in a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against...
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media. You sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing now? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Brody. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you, because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England, they're in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because even I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about, on that last day, about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
actually.
Is that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. When the game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in. and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we're like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on. Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, Gert, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months. And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties, and in terms of play, but also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country, because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-footers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played it, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for. Generally, it should be one of their highest aims to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition.
Yeah.
And from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final.
Yeah.
All without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released.
Yeah.
Grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. And a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something it's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chapple, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? What do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is? and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is, there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review, and at the moment where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket
would be the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, What concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingston, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captained England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection, and who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah. So I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment. So you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this for long enough. Who you having? Who you having? Who you having? Vote's done. Then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked. It works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job. The performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got people
every scout,
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go up pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I've got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, you know, and people, I said, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. You know, as I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, you know, because without that, you haven't got an England team, really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll safeguard, do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, you know, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. You know, and we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And you know, it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's great. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Fairbrother. Fine chance to land the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's been a really wonderful game of cricket.
It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Salt. It's into...
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Fairbrother. Fine chance to land the winning hit. On come the crowd.
Hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Now, you see, the idea was that we'll be starting about now, but the cover has just been relocated back onto the pitch because we've got a little bit of a shower. So we've had various start times. I think we had a 12:15 start time, then a 1:10 start time, and then a 1:30 start time. But the rain is not massively heavy, but it's just started as we were about to see the players head out and get this fourth day underway. So we've got another little delay, I'm afraid, because of the shower. I don't know how heavy it's going to be. The radar would suggest not massively, and then it might just kind of brush through. But in saying that, the ground staff are now dragging out the extra sheets to protect the square. So maybe it's going to be a little heavier than what we thought. So we're not going to get underway at 1:30. We're all primed and ready to go. Well, Mike, well, you may have been. I mean, we're here.
Been primed since about 9:30, mate.
You are, aren't you? You're never not
Never
primed.
off it.
Never off it. No.
No, it's annoying. I'm bound to say I think it's more annoying for Warwickshire than it is for Lancashire at the moment. But there it is. I mean, there is a route to Lancashire winning this game, but it comes really through Warwickshire overreaching with the target they set. The control of the game is in Warwickshire's gift. But the amount of time that they can want to carry on batting for is reducing rapidly now, to the point that we're quite close to the stage where, assuming no further interruptions, and that's quite an assumption, they decide not to bat again at all.
Well, at 1:30 we were due to have 67 overs.
Yeah.
And the lead was 231. So I think it would have been a fair assumption that they'd have batted on for a bit longer.
Yes, but I don't think that equation has to change very much.
No.
You know, if you take another 10 overs off that, or to look at it another way, in how many overs do they think they can realistically bowl Lancashire out?
Yeah.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, 50. Do we think we could bowl Lancashire out in 50 overs on a pitch that is helpful? Or it looked certainly yesterday as though it was going to become increasingly helpful. Well, I think if you've got ambitions to win the match, I think you'd have to back yourself to do that. In which case, it is already a 4-over chase. And in the position that they are in the table with no wins, I think there is... You're very close to making the case to say, come on, let's go.
Yeah. Well, and this is perhaps making that decision a little easier to make, because we're now going to be losing more overs because the covers are being dragged down. The Lancashire boys are on the balcony just outside the dressing room. But yeah, the ground staff now covering the other half of the square. So
yes, and I underline, as I've said a number of times, that I think the ground staff have done as good a job as any ground staff could do, realistically. But they're going over to get another cover, and well, though the outfield has performed, and it really has, there are parts of it, like for example, the ends of the practice pitches on the edge of the square, which would, I imagine, get reasonably mucky quite quickly in a heavy shower. So they're going to get another tarpaul in now, which is going to go across them, but those parts are going to be more slippery again. So even a shortish shower like this might erase another half an hour, and therefore another, 8 overs. So immediately you're realistically looking at no more than 59 overs left in the game, and now you look at that lead of 231 and say, do we declare now? If we leave the declaration, that'll knock another 2 off at some point. And you're getting quite close to the point where we say, come on, if we Warwickshire think we can win the game, then we need to back ourselves and go win it now.
yes, well, we shall see if and when that moment arises. But this is the latest kind of band of rain that's drifting up from the kind of southwest, and it's got to us just as we were about to get this 4th and final day underway. So pretty frustrating scene. Been a pretty frustrating game.
Yeah, it's brightening up very slightly at the moment, but it's still raining. So I think this is realistically going to probably take another half an hour.
So we shall we'll come back. We'll report back when we've got some more news. But at the minute, as Mike was saying, the covers are on again. Shower blowing through. So any prospect of seeing some cricket has been pushed back for a little bit longer. Lunch has been taken in the games right across the country, so that they have got underway in one of the Division 1 games. The Worcestershire-Nottinghamshire match didn't play. I don't think they played yesterday, did they? And didn't play. They've not played yet today, but they are playing at Kent against Essex, where it is lunch, and Kent is 64 for 5. Still trail Essex by 133 runs. Lunch on the 4th day there, and it's lunch in the 4 Division 2 games as well. Gloucestershire, Derbyshire. It's Gloucestershire all out now for 530, and they've taken lunch with Derbyshire with a slender 4-run lead on the first innings with 2 sessions left of the match. Glamorgan 84 for 3 in their game at Leicestershire, and that's a lead for Glamorgan of 128 runs in that fixture. Middlesex against Sussex are at lunch in that match, with Middlesex 508 for 8 and leading by 46 runs. And lunch also been taken at Northampton, where Yorkshire did declare their second innings on 264 for 6. So they've set Northamptonshire a target to win. They've got to lunch Northants 13 without loss, and they require a further 313 runs. That's how it's looking in some of the other games in Divisions 2 and that one match in Division 1 which is in play. So the extra sheets are now being dragged across again. The bowlers' run-ups are all being protected, so we're in for another delay, I'm afraid. That rain falling just as we were about to start play on this 4th day. So we'll leave you for now, and should we get any further news about a rescheduled start time, which I think would be the 4th of the day, then we'll let you know as soon as we know.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action, all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. What a moment. Well, a real thrust that in from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's a really wonderful game of cricket.
It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint choc chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy. I've
That's
not. Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and I was like, this cannot carry on. I
No,
can't
that
be
should be your
known.
thing.
I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice creams now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day, but if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know
Yeah.
what's the word? Strawberry chocolate vanilla. That one where you can
Done.
get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was
Okay.
probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. And I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do anything, everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spots. Like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're
That
going
was
up.
it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier. Definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school when all the girls in PE went to do netball. I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were
my
playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
that
quick,
quick.
yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well. So always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her.
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you were, what, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah,
That'll
I was
do.
like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England because
Really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends,
Yeah.
which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world. It was amazing.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so, and your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh, and you kind of say what you think, and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that, or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, A lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
oh, right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England.
Mm-hmm.
And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon. He's like, "I'll see you on Monday." I was like, "All right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler." And he was like, "No, you're in the squad." I was like, "Pardon?"
Wow. How old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career ever.
Why?
Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150. And
You shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah, and the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did you?
So it just couldn't have gone any worse. It just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone? Focus.
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was
did anyone put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah. Like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
In Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, we'll get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's up with
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I get so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift. And it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now. Get in the moment you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know, literally, because I'm like, what's going on now? I'm out the team now. I'm like, this is amazing. How was that me?
Yeah.
So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep, and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there, and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah.
Then she took the catch, and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, but still
Who
the
cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or did we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap of honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. That's my biggest regret.
What, because you can't remember?
We
after?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's.
Right.
And I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, eat that, you'll regret it. And I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, shut up. 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though. So I was
Did
like,
you?
yeah, baby. I still got my medal.
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This is the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, like throwing balls. We were on holiday, but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch, and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, you could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd just
holiday.
been drinking magnums of champagne, yeah.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, I've lost my contract, rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner, to actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? Trash heap?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there was one Friday, I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to... But that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You not?
No, I didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where were you? Were you with your parents or by yourself?
By myself in the
Were you?
flat. So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day, and I'd be like, "Go away, I'm fine."
Yeah,
But she obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm fine. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything." So yeah, I had September, October, November, December, basically doing absolutely nothing, crying every day. Didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, "You need to start getting out. You need to start doing things." So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed. It just...
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just relax?
Well, so I missed a bit of the story out, sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really random.
Right.
Because I need to try and get her out of the house. So I said, I've got tickets to see Conor Maynard. And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum. Ripping my hair out, eyelashes out, just like so stressed. Yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, you can't treat people like this, because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later.
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling, and I just thought, well, I can live my life now, because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. You know, I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. You know, I missed my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's quite freeing in a way.
It was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. You know, I missed out on so much, so I just went
and had a good time.
I went and had a brilliant time, yeah. And then from LA, I flew straight to Australia to commentate for the T20 World Cup before COVID.
Did you?
Yeah.
So had you had that lined up before you went to America?
No. So I got a conversation when I was there being like, do you fancy coming over? And I was like, yeah, but you're going to have to fly me from LA. I'm in the States.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll fly.
Was that your first kind of punditry, commentary gig?
Proper gig, yeah.
Was it?
So I'd done bits and bobs. So I'd done a few days here and there. My first ever day as a radio commentator, Lancs were playing Worcester, I think.
Okay.
And I was commentating with Henry Moran. He's like, "That was a good shot, Alex, wasn't it?" And I just went, and he's like, "You're on the radio, you have to speak."
You have to talk, yeah.
So yeah, Ebony Rainford Brent couldn't do Australia, so I got the call and went over.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's when COVID hit, and I did the World Cup final in 2020.
Yeah.
Flew home a few days later because of COVID.
Yeah.
And then my life changed forever after that. Losing my England contract was the best thing that ever happened to me.
And then it's gone from strength to strength in terms of your media stuff. Obviously, you got the podcast.
Yeah.
2 awards. Was that last week?
Yeah, award-winning podcast now.
Nice.
Yeah, you can ask me what the awards were. We got Best Cricket Podcast.
Okay.
And
so you beat Greg James and Jimmy. Have you told Jimmy yet? Have you been like...
No, I've not. But we are the best podcast, it's fine.
Yeah.
And something about, this is really bad, but the Best Inclusion and Diversity Podcast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which actually for me means the most, because we do try and be diverse and get every and anyone on.
Yeah.
And we talk about really tough topics. So yeah, it's amazing to be the best cricket podcast, but that one means a little bit more to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's been the best guest?
We had Danae van Niekerk just on, and she talked everything about losing a contract.
I saw the, it sounds weird to say I saw it rather than heard it, but I think there was a video clip or something.
Yeah.
And it was pretty powerful.
Yeah, it was really powerful. She was brilliant.
Yeah.
She just spoke openly and honestly about the fact she's now retired from international cricket because she was too unfit, basically. They said, "You're not going to get picked." And she was like, "Right, well, I'll go and play cricket around the world."
Yeah.
And women's cricket's at a really funny place now where international cricketers are retiring to go and play franchise cricket. So, yeah, they're a bit of a lockerhead, really, with women's cricket at the minute.
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk to you about that because obviously the growth is huge. You played in Australia. You've obviously played in the 100. We've got the WPL now. I don't want to use a massive cliche in terms of saying the sky's the limit, but it feels like the growth in the women's game is colossal.
Yeah, it is. It's been huge. I honestly wish I was 5 years younger.
Really?
Because...
How old are you now? 29?
I'm 30 this year.
You've got ages. You've got ages.
All the girls at Lancs are now professional cricketers. Not all of them, but most of them. And it's just credit to, the women's game. It's growing and growing. They've gone from...
Yeah, but without being massively... I can't think what the right word is. Like, you and like the people who've come before have helped kind of set that up.
Of course. But, I've done the hard yards of not being paid to play cricket.
Yeah, sure. Paid to commentate, it's fine.
Yeah. No, but it's, it's amazing. You see the younger girls coming through at Lancs now, and they're so athletic because they've been going to the gym since they were young. I've still got the athleticism of probably a 15-year-old because I've not really been going to the gym for that long. And the 15-year-olds that are coming through, they're fitter and stronger than I am. But it's amazing, and you've got all the franchise leagues around the world. Kids growing up, or girls growing up now, actually can be professional cricketers. It's a job opportunity.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was growing up, it was just a hobby. So yeah, it's class. It's actually amazing.
Where do you see it going in the next 5-10 years?
Probably more parity with the men. So I guess as female cricketers, we've always said we don't want to be paid the same because at the minute we don't deserve to be paid the same. We just want equal opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's becoming more and more. We are getting equal opportunity. So when that starts happening all around the world, because at the minute, you've got your other countries, your West Indies, South Africa, Sri Lanka, they're all falling behind. We want those teams to sort of catch up. And then as soon as all teams have got equal opportunity with the men, I think it can skyrocket.
It's great as well that loads of the women's teams now are playing, rather than playing at outgrounds, playing at Old Trafford.
Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, sorry. And then obviously with the 100, with the double headers, that must be pretty cool in terms of full houses. Must make a massive difference. No disrespect to outgrounds and playing at schools and stuff, but it's a different vibe and setup, isn't it?
Well, COVID's the best thing that happened to the 100 because the girls were actually meant to be playing as Manchester. We were meant to be playing at Sedbergh School.
Yeah.
But because of COVID, we had to play double headers with the men and we had to play at the same ground. And it took off. It's massive. You now get 10, 12, 14,000 people coming to watch the women's game.
Yeah.
And then more coming to watch the men's.
Also, there are loads of people now who are talking about the 100 who are like, I prefer the women's competition to the men's.
I can't believe how many people now are like, the 100 would be nothing without women's cricket.
Yeah, so many
Imagine
people have said that.
saying that 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have happened. And it's a class competition. I absolutely love it. It's been really good to see the domestic game grow. I guess not only from the girls now being professional, which makes a huge difference. The money invested, obviously we're going to get better. You know, the more contracts we have at Lancs Thunder, the better we're going to get, because at the minute I think we've got 10 contracted girls where we've got 20 in the squad. So we're expecting half the team to train full time but without getting paid a proper wage. Luckily, Lancs are really supportive, and we do get paid at, you know, per hour to be at training, but it's not a full-time job.
Yeah, sure.
So Lancs are so supportive in that regard. But we want everyone to be pro, because we're going to just, you know, women's cricket is going to skyrocket. Yeah, it's been fantastic, because you see how good we can be by watching the 100, and then you come back to domestic cricket and it's the same group of players but without the overseas, and you think, Jesus Christ, like we've actually got so much better so quickly. And the
Really, did you see that? You see that development in the squad?
Yeah, from the KSL to the last year of the 100, it's so much better. You know, because girls are training full time. It's like being like, I don't know, if you practice typing on a keyboard, you practice every day, you're gonna be able to do it without looking within a week. It's like, well, if you train cricket every day, you obviously get better.
It's like that Mavis Beacon thing. Did you ever do that in IT? We had this thing called Mavis Beacon, and it used to tell you how quickly you type.
Yeah, nice.
Words per minute. WPM.
I'd be like that.
You wouldn't.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been amazing, and Lancashire have been so supportive of the girls. Like, we're the only team that's gone on a massive pre-season tour this year, and you can just see how beneficial that was. You know, we've gone to Dubai with the boys. We played a double header against the UAE again with the boys. So we played in the morning, they played in the afternoon. We've been in Dubai for a week, trained, you know, the same days as the lads. We've socialised, we've had golf days, we've had sponsor days, and then the girls went on to Mumbai and went there for 6 days, and that was incredible within itself, because
I saw the pictures. It looked
you're
like
on tougher wickets, you're in tougher conditions, you know, and to have that support from Lancs means a lot, because we're setting the standard for everybody else. You know, the other teams went on pre-season tour, but they went to Desert Springs for 4 days and played against each other. We're playing against the state team in Mumbai. You know, it was unbelievable.
And how are you feeling about this season?
Good. We didn't get off to the best start, but we've got our bad game out of the way, I reckon.
Yeah, get it done early.
Yeah. Personally, I had a really bad game, but so did the whole team. So I'm like, oh well. But no,
it happened.
We've got the best team that we've had for years. We've recruited 3 really good players, signed 3 new pros. So yeah, we are stronger than we've ever been. We look really good on paper. We look like a really strong side, but you have to still perform on the field. So we went into Saturday's game being like, we've got the best team on paper. We just didn't perform. You have to perform. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to the summer. I love it. You know, the girls laugh at me now. They call me a volunteer because I'm not a pro anymore. Stepped away from my pro contract, and one of the other girls has got it.
Yeah.
So I literally am only playing.
You're back to being your cricket badge yourself.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I literally only play because I enjoy it, and that's credit to the girls and credit to Lancs for the environment that they've set up. Because if it wasn't enjoyable, I just wouldn't be playing cricket anymore.
I heard you were going to get your top score this season.
Yeah, well, I sort of nearly did at the weekend.
Yeah.
I got 5, and I hit a lovely cut shot through the covers.
You?
And then I got given out bowled, and I still don't think it bowled me. You'll have to put it on.
Yeah, that's
put it
outrageous.
On. I still don't think it bowled me.
How's that happened?
Well, don't put the reverse angle on, because that does look like it bowled me. But the front angle, I've covered the stumps, and it's hit the keeper's gloves and then gone onto the stump.
Okay.
I don't think I was out. And we were going to win. We needed 4 a ball for the next 12 overs.
Right, so you'd have done that.
I'd have done that.
Easy. Knocked him off probably in like a couple of overs. Done. Yeah, do you enjoy that role in terms of looking after the younger members of the squad?
I love it. So I was captain for 2 years, and I absolutely loved being captain. But stepped away from that because I'm not training as much anymore, because I've got a full-time job in the commentary world. So Ellie Threlkeld's taken over. She's brilliant. But I know I'm coming to the end of my career now. Don't train as much as the girls. You know, one day someone's going to be better than I am, and they're going to take my place. So at training now, I see it as my job to get the spinners ready for when I'm not there. So I love coaching the spinners and watching the spinners bowl, and the younger girls. A couple of them have really struggled this year or in the previous years, and I love, even though we've got Stephen Parry, who's a brilliant spin coach, I'm always like, can I help? Can I jump in? But yeah, I love being a senior player, and the girls, you know, they do listen and they do want to learn, and I guess, you know, I have played international cricket, albeit a few years ago now, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so yeah, I love it.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
Hit for six. It's shot by Sol. It's into.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and decisive. What a moment. Well, a real thrust that came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a
on the
ship.
Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I've worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And did you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire, a think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and
Yeah,
you
they
in
did.
turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham. That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture. You're
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room, and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp.
Of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, you know, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, you know, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp, and I remember first 4 days there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, 1 test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3-4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
To the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, you know, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp, and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days, and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan, and suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team, first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these test, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would well, it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very, very
remember
quick
that
arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce.
flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And and you didn't have time to worry about it,
No.
presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in
Mudassar,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally,
Yes.
or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miandad, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, captain. Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well. Tunbridge, Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl, even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they put me in this hotel. It's still there on Old Trafford Hotel. Just
down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
No, I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you can't
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was no, cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer, and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl without swing, and suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
You used to roar in, didn't you? In the
Yeah.
nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 6 deliveries, 8 deliveries, and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably.
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the one.
Mudassar and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't spit on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough, and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88 to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually 2 teams, because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chapple.
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey, Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically ideas to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match, and that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments, in fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at slip. Warren was
I forgot Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at slip 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. 40. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next to pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. That boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in a book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Stark.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes.
These
you
guys
were the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Whilst we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Vakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200 out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized, I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bouncers.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you, and I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham, Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire, and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up? Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Thrill. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. What a morning. Well, a real thrust that came from Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
really important, really, to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancs cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us. And sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience and opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So, yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs. And so, yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company, Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that pelly case.
Using the StreamHub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your, if you could take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works. Oh, great effort! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary. And
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler or the batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
you know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our 2 Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger and Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to
the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger and Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger and Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You obviously you welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with, you're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young and they're all ambitious and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically. And I, for one, I can tell you, it's mind-boggling.
So here we go then, the fourth and final day of this county championship fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV eventually is about to start. So we tried it, I think it was 12:15, and then at 1:10, then at 1:30, well now 3:15. So in the next few seconds, as the players head out to the middle, we'll see the start of the final day. It won't become as a huge surprise to see that it's Lancashire's batters out there, and that Warwickshire having indeed declared their second innings. And we've got 44, potentially 44 overs. We've had tea, so 44 over session. Warwickshire declaring they're looking for 10 wickets, and Lancashire have been set in those 44 overs, a target of 232. But we're going to get some play, and it's been a day for patience, and the ground staff have been brilliant as ever to try and get out there and get it ready as quickly as they can, and the umpires have been obviously quite keen to get out there. They've not messed around. The inspection at 5 to 3, and they said we'll start at 1:15. So here we are. It will be Oliver Hannon-Dolby to send down the first delivery of Lancashire's second innings, with Luke Wells on strike, and 3 slips in place, and a fine leg and a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So Hannon-Dolby from around the wicket bowls, and eased away by Wells down towards the square leg fielder, where Jake Lintop catches up with the ball, and Lancashire's first run is on the board. Luke Wells has it. Lancashire won without loss. Scott Reed and Mike Taylor with you. We'll hear from Kevin Howes a little later on, but we've had to be patient, Mike, but we've got here in the end.
Model of patience, weren't we all? Yes, and at least it took the tricky declaration out of Warwickshire's hands. It's a sprint to the tape now, or against the weather, one or the other. Yep. And it's not unrealistic that they could bowl Lancashire out in that time.
Here's Hannon-Dolby from around the wicket balls, left by Jennings, facing his first delivery, and through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
Well, clearly every well, not interruption, you can't interrupt something you haven't started. Every delay today has taken us closer to a draw, and that is the favourite result. But Warwickshire bowled Lancs out in 65 overs yesterday, and I think if the pitches continue to deteriorate, they'll think they've got half a chance.
Hannon-Dolby to Jennings, who plays calmly away off the front foot and defends up to Alex Davis, the Warwickshire skipper, who's at mid-off. And there is no run. I think the 1:30 start time, which was the previous one before the rain came, I think, well, Warwickshire were going to bat on.
I think they would have done, yes. Oh, I think they'd have probably felt obliged to, maybe for 10 overs, they'd have taken a view.
And then Dolby is in once more. Jennings on the move, just a half step down the pitch and leaves the ball outside the off stump.
The runs they scored at some pace, 62 in 9 overs, the partnership between Barnard and Mosley last night, with some risk, made a difference, because that took the idea of a sprint target out of it. If they'd have carried on at the sort of general scoring rate of the game at 2 and over, then the lead would only be about 190 now, and you might have thought twice about declaring at this point.
And then Dolby to Jennings, who drives, and Davis fields at mid-off, and there's no run.
Because although it's not a replica of like a 2020 chase, at 180, 190 you could potentially try and have a dash at if you were so minded to, even if the pitch is testing. But 230, that's a bit different. If the ball starts to jump and hop about, you're pretty much committed to defending it. Which is not going to make it easy for the batters necessarily.
And then Dolby to complete the first over. Again, Jennings off the front foot, easing his way into the offside, and Barnard fields at point. And there's no run, so just a single coming off that first over of Lancashire's second innings. Off the bat of Luke Wells. So one without loss. So yeah, that second innings for Warwickshire. That little burst post-tea last night, Ed Barnard's 40 off 46. Dan Mosley 18 off 20. That's enabled the Warwickshire to excel a little bit last night, and it's put them into a position where even with the rain around, they can declare feeling pretty comfortable and still give themselves a half a chance of
sporting
taking wickets. Yeah.
Yes, and I would imagine the spinners, sort of collection of none of them necessarily what you call frontline spinners, all sort of batters who bowl a bit. But the three that we saw, with the exception of Lintott, who is a specialist spinner, but not a regular in red ball cricket by any means. I imagine they're going to carry the bulk of the threat, but Michael Ray is going to bowl from the Anderson end for the time being, and a firm drive from Wells up to mid-on, and a good stop by Hassan Ali. Ray bowled very well without taking a wicket in the first innings, but kept the pressure very tight from that end.
Yes, it was Ray from that James Anderson end, and Hannon Dolby from the Brian Statham end. They did bowl nicely in tandem, those two.
And there's Hassan Ali, of course, and then the various spinners, also Ed Barnard and Will Rhodes if necessary, but all that's driven hard, and Ray has taken that one on the instep, I reckon, but not flinched at it. It must have been a bit of a blow on the top of the foot, I reckon. But it diverted it vaguely back towards the stumps. It didn't quite hit them. But you or I might have hopped about as we'd stubbed our toe on the bed, getting up in the morning, but Ray not having any of it, and keen to get on with the game. Round the wicket to Wells, who pushes forward and runs this down to Barnard in the gully.
Yes, Iron Man Ray didn't seem to flinch as he was fielding close in. Was it yesterday? I think it might have been yesterday. It was a kind of short mid-wicket, and the ball was hit firmly to him, and it bounced up and hit him right on the chest. He never flinched then.
No, pretty tough at that Kiwis. Yeah. 1 for none. Second of a potential 44 overs. Potential, I think might be quite an important word. Wells pulls. In the end, he's caught a deep square leg. Well, Wells is gone for one, taking on the shortish ball from Ray, wasn't all that short, and backing himself to hit it over the fielder, and he's hit it straight to deep square leg. And 1 for 1. I don't know whether that tells us anything about, maybe Lancashire do think that they have half a chance of trying to go for the runs, but I don't think it's an obvious explanation for why Wells has hit it straight to Lintott at deep square leg. 1 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, perfect start for the Bears, isn't it? Gives them a real boost. And you see, didn't really need to move, did he?
No.
He's gone right down his throat on the square leg boundary. He's gone for that big shot there. Wells looking to try and clear the rope. Off his hip. Straight down the throat of deep square. Wells departs. It's not been the ideal start to the season for Luke Wells. He's a fine player, though. I'm sure that form will come soon. Maybe a break for the blast and some free hitting in the T20 cricket over the next couple of weeks might just get his season going. But no score for Wells, and Bohannon, who also has not been in best form for Lancashire, joins Keaton Jennings. And I guess the Bears will Warwickshire will know as well as anybody that Lancashire's, certainly two of Lancashire's top three, have struggled so far this season.
Bohannon, the right-hander, I think they'll feel that's a bit of a bonus. But we were suggesting the script was essentially, can Lancashire block out 44 overs?
That wasn't the block,
That wasn't the shot of a fella who thinks he's out there to block 44 overs. Ray to bowl to the right-handed Bohannon, who drives for fourth, probably through the extra cover gap. Is he going to have enough to get on it? There are two men chasing it down. Davis is after it. Dives from about 8 yards short, as if he's going to sort of body surf his way. I know, given how much water we've had on the outfield, he might have done. But he sort of rolled to a halt just short of the rope, and the ball had gone anyway.
Well, let's be honest, it's more enjoyable if Lancashire did come out and try and play.
It is.
And see if they can try and get themselves into a position, if they can try and win, try and chase the runs, and is absolutely in favour of seeing Lancashire try and play positively here, and that's what Wells did, and that's what Bohannon's just done.
It's a sort of 5.5 and over chase from the beginning. Ray bowls a short ball, and it's poured down by Burgess, diving to his left after Bohannon had ducked underneath it. It's the end of the over. 5 for 1, 4 to Bohannon, no score yet for Jennings. Maybe I'd sort of mentally discounted it because the general scoring rate of the game, with the exception of that spell last evening, has been nearer to an over.
Yes, it's felt like a pitch where you might be able to survive and bat for relatively long periods of time, but it has felt like it's quite tricky to advance and accelerate and score a little bit quicker on. So maybe that was kind of puts you in that category of it's more likely to happen this way for the batting side. That's defended by Jennings and there's no run, but it'd be really interesting to see how Lancashire go about it. I mean, they can always pull back, can't they? They can always try and close shop a little later on if that's what's needed, and need to try and survive and bat through. But Wells came out looking to try and play some shots. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, is it? He's not had much form neither, and if it comes off for him, fair enough. And Bohannon started brightly, so we'll see how Lancashire go about putting this innings together. 5 for 1. Here's Hannon Dolby in and balls to Jennings, just trying to steer the ball away to backward point. Stopped by Barnard, and there's no run.
There is going to be scope for scoring quickly. It'll be for the time being because there will be attacking fields to begin with, obviously. And the way that Warwickshire are moving around the field suggests they think they might not get 44 overs anyway. There is a little finger of rain moving towards Manchester on the radar screen, as if to suggest we might have one more shower. So there's been a call for a helmet, and Hassan Ali came sprinting down to meet the 12th man to get the helmet, to send it out there ready, although I haven't put the short leg in yet.
Here comes Hannon Dolby balls, forward goes Jennings. Pushed away defensively into the offside. Down Mosley comes up from cover to field, no run.
But there are 2 or 3 helmets already out there behind the wicketkeeper, and there's no close catches at the moment, so maybe they're just ready for getting the spinners on soonish.
Floodlights are coming on too as well. There's quite a few patches of blue sky above us. It does look reasonably bright, but the light's just starting to flicker into life. It's Hannon Dolby. Back into Jennings. That's punched away into the offside. Stopped by Barnard at point, and there's no run.
Does like to bat outside of his crease, or more to the point, come and meet Hannon Dolby when after the bowler arrives. So he's on the move as he hits the ball. So against a player of Hannon Dolby's relatively modest pace.
It's encouraged the keeper to come stand up. Yep. Burgess there, right behind Keaton Jennings. 2 slips in the gully. In the balls to Jennings. That just loops away into the offside. Bouncing maybe 3 or 4 yards to Hannon Dolby's right.
Did that pop a little bit?
He did a bit, yeah. I think it did a bit. It seemed to misbehave a little bit on the first day, and then it didn't seem to be as unpredictable following that. But that did seem to just... well, the way he played it suggested it got a little bit.
Yates got one last night from Balderson. That jumped up and took the glove.
Hannon Dolby to Jennings. And that's defended to mid-on where Hassan Ali fields. And there's no run, so there's nothing coming off for Hannon Dolby at the minute. A couple of overs sent down, just 1 run conceded from his bowling. 5 for 1 Lancashire, 3 overs gone. Josh Bannon on 4, Keaton Jennings on 0. Target of 232, 9 wickets for the Bears. If both sides fancy they can win it, then we're in for a very good final session of this match.
It could be an exciting one, but any further interruption with the weather is going to make it really quite difficult for either side to force a result. Ray's going to bowl short to Bohannon, who uppercuts for 4 runs probably, and it's a fairly safe shot, 6 runs. There's no third man in place. There's a man on the deep point boundary, but there was no protection at third man. Not that it probably would have mattered anyway, because Bohannon hit it for 6.
Well, I like this approach from Lancashire already. I know it didn't work fully at Wells, but that's okay. That can happen, can't it? But I like this approach. It's a pretty safe shot, as you say. He's uppercut it down towards third man. There's nobody down there, and I don't think this is the worst move by Lancashire. It's a really positive start here.
I suppose at the very least you might get rid of a few defensive fielders. Alex Davis wants the ball examined. It rattled about in the seats, I think.
Could be a bit soggy.
11 for 1. Ray starts in again, leaning forward as he begins his run, elbows pumping, and Bohannon with one hand off the bat fends this away from his body a little bit, and it runs down into the offside. There's no run. Some greyer clouds starting to come in. Looking out from the media centre here, out to the left, it's a good looking scene with blue sky around, only broken high cloud, but there is some darker stuff on the way. This is pushed into the offside by Bohannon, and Ray chases it himself over towards short extra cover, and then having flicked the ball up, seemed to flick it up above his head and was looking for it for a while, but it was all a distraction because the batters had gone through to take a run anyway.
Yeah, they made their mind up pretty quickly, hadn't they? Bohannon just dropped it into the offside, and there's an early call to sneak through for a single.
12 for 1. And now Jennings, the left-hander, back on strike. Hannon Dolby's gone across to long leg down to our right. Ray round the wicket to him, and Jennings drives expansively into the offside, and a good stop by Davis, who's fielded tigerishly in this match, as well as batting for a very long time in the first innings. He's chased around the field, setting a great example.
Cover's wide open, isn't it, for Keaton Jennings, and Ray pushing it a little full just outside the off stump, encouraging Jennings to drive. He's got 2 slip catches in 2.
Ray round the wicket, and Jennings cuts out to the man at deep backward point. Lintott comes to field and they take 1. Davies will have been on the field by the end of this match for all but 13 overs of it, after he was dismissed yesterday. Lancashire couldn't dislodge him at all in the first innings over 7.5 hours of batting, which set up the game. By far the most substantial individual innings of the match, the only one to pass 50. He's unbeaten 127. Ray passes umpire Blackwell and bowls a rising delivery outside Bohannon's off stump, and he's guided it along the ground down to third man, and it's very carefully fielded by Barnard, who made a lot of ground around the boundary, but by the end was slightly tiptoeing as if he wasn't quite certain about the ground underneath his feet, and manages to stop it trickling up to the rope, and they have taken 2, I think. So at the end of the over, 10 scored from that one, 15 for 1 Lancashire in 4 overs. The target is 231 and there are 40 overs left to go.
Already today, we was in the match between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire finishing a draw, no play possible again. It's 3 of the 4 days they've not played in that match. And Essex have beaten Kent by an innings and 96 runs as well. It's Hannon Dolby to Jennings, it's hammered down the ground to the left of Davis at mid-off, and that's 4 runs for the Lancashire captain. He moves on to 5 now. It's 19 for 1.
Okay, so they're chasing it then. That was a statement stroke, the first real attacking stroke from Jennings. He got a couple of drives away in the last over. That one, I think, serves notice, because he's gone searching for that and hit it hard.
He did, got value for it. Alex Davis, again, having to use those little towels to try and dry the ball as it was rattling around behind the advertising board. And then Dolby back into Jennings, just nudged away off the front foot. There's no run. So a win for Essex, beating Kent by an innings and 96 runs. Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire finishing in draws, and there's a few draws looking likely in Division 2. Potentially probably all 4 of them. Ending in the way of the draw. 19 for 1 here. And then Dolby just having a little change to the field. The keeper stood up, and the slip and the gully in the backward point, and now Jacob Bethel in a kind of short, straight mid-off. It's hammered away through the offside by Jennings. That might be 4 more out towards the boundary. In comes a dive. Great effort by Barnard. That's a super piece of fielding. He's done really well to get across the ground there and puts a dive in and helps us save a couple of runs. 21 for 1.
He did, but Davis, who was running in to follow and pick up, and the stream viewers might see this in a moment, as he arrived, he nearly slipped over.
Yep.
And he's pretty wet there. Barnard's soaked. Look, he's got up there and he landed something of a wave. So it is quite wet down there.
You could see that actually when Matt was taking his roller off, the water that was being pushed up. To try and pull that to the leg side this time, Jennings, and then he boots the ball away. I'm not quite sure just how far that was trickling back or spinning back towards the stumps, but it was enough for him to get a little concerned to get rid of it as he went for that pull shot. It's the he may have been struck here, I think, actually. Yeah, I think he has. So the umpires are just wanting to allow the Lancashire captain a chance just to get checked out. He must have deflected back onto his helmet.
Yes, and he was obviously slightly concerned that the ball might spin onto the stumps. There was one in the game, I think, at Glamorgan at Cardiff the other day. I saw the clip online where a batter defended the ball and it had spun up out of the frame and dropped behind him and gone on to hit the stumps, despite the warnings of his partner. Oh, just seeing a replay there. So it hits him in the chest. Oh dear, I think that might have been bouncing off his chest and then his arm towards the stumps. And a nifty kick away by Keaton Jennings. It does look as though that's got his attention, that ball. Well, he rattled about.
I guess it would. He's been checked out as Lancashire captain.
Don't know, as Ollie Hannon-Dolby often has to have batters looked at for concussion checks these days. That's not really his role. Feeling in a strange way slightly pleased with himself. Anyway, Jennings is all right, which is the most important thing.
And he's ready for Hannon-Dolby to set off again. From around the wicket and balls, and Jennings drives away again through the offside. Here's a rather soggy Ed Barnard, who's splashing about out by the boundary rope. Single for Jennings. He moves on to 8. 22 for 1.
At least it's not muddy. That's the main thing. I did one of the 40-over games last season. Warwickshire played at Neath in the one-day cup, which was super, proper festival ground. But they'd had 2 games there they were supposed to have, and the first one had been a rain-off, and it had been raining for days. But I think nobody wanted both games to be rained off, so they got the game on, although there were certain parts of the outfield that were, to put it mildly, good to soft.
Final ball of the over. It's been a good one so far for Lancashire. Hannon-Dolby to Bohannon. And that's clipped away down to fine leg for a single to complete the over. And 8 coming off that one from Lancashire. In fact, there must have been a no ball in that. Yeah, that was a no ball, that last delivery actually. So he's got to bowl it again. Didn't actually see the signal from the umpire. It was a subtle one, but it's been flashed up on the screen as a no ball. So 25 for 1. Jennings on strike. And Dolby sets off again. This is the end of his 3rd over. And Jennings reaching for it and chopping the ball away down towards 3rd man. Comes Will Rhodes to field. Jennings keeps the strike. It's the end of the over, so 26 for 1. It's been given as a bye. He's got nothing on that, Jennings. So Jennings on 8 and Bohannon on 14. 5 overs gone. 26 for 1. Lancashire, their target 232 to win, so require 206. 39 overs left.
Problem at Neath was that there was a very muddy patch in front of the area where we were commentating from, on the boundary, and the young Warwickshire batter Hamza Sheikh had been given that area to patrol and was throwing himself one way and the other on the boundary, and did look as though he played a game of rugby by the end of it. He was absolutely plastered in mud and goodness knows what. But they got the game on, which is a similar situation here. So at least Ed Barnard, the whiteness has not been sullied, his kid, even if he does feel like a drowned rat. And Jennings starts and meets the first ball of a new over from Ray by striking him down the ground over the bowler's head for 4 runs. So a much more aggressive tone being taken, at least against the seamers. We'll see whether they do against the spinners, but for the time being, Lancashire, I think, have decided they're in the race for this.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly Alex Davis gets his spinners on.
Yes. It's a different character to this little session than might have been expected. Lancashire have not really been taking the initiative at all in this game. From the moment Alex Davis won the toss the other day. Round the wicket comes Ray and tucks Jennings up on the angle. He nudges the ball into the leg side. What it has had the effect of doing is getting rid of any threatening close fielders. There's only one slip now. So it's changed the emphasis a little bit.
It has, yeah. There's a long on, drop back, there's a deep square leg, there's a fine leg, there's a 3rd man, there's a deep point.
Up comes Ray over number 6, round the wicket to Jennings, who cuts hard, straight out to Lintott at backward point, a deep point. And they have 1. I think we might be quite close to seeing a bit of spin.
Yep.
There's not much obvious help here. If you're going to try and take 10 wickets in 44 overs, you can't be hanging about. And I say 44 overs is very much the maximum that we're going to see. Hopefully, we won't have any further weather interruption. Ray is on his way to bowl to Bohannon, who gets a comfortable single, nudging this off his pads. Down to deep backward square. Lintott again does the fielding, being kept busy. 32 for 1 in the 6th over. 200 to win, with potentially 38 overs left after this one. So, yeah, it's about a 5 and over requirement, just over at the moment. Ray round the wicket and bowls a Yorker, which Jennings pushes back on the offside. Of course, it'll be all about scoring quickly once we get into the Blast later this week. The Bears, as Warwickshire will be styled as, the Birmingham Bears, going to Durham on Friday night, and then at Edgbaston on Saturday night, as part of that Blast-off double-header. Lancashire will be in action as well over the next few days. Ray round the wicket and a short ball which Bohannon helps on its way, or Jennings rather helps down to long leg, and Hannon Dolby took that rather well on the bounce and keeps them down to 1.
It's good effort.
Yes, he's grabbed it. It's not for a big guy as well, like Ollie Hannon Dolby, on that rather delicate dance floor down there at long leg. It's not an easy area to be fielding on. He did well to keep his fielded as slightly as if he was on roller skates, but he's got it back in, and it's 33 for 1 at the end of the over.
He did well, yeah. Did well just to stay upright for me.
It's a long way down.
Yeah, there's a bit of slip sliding about down there as well. Well, that's the end of Hannon Dolby. We're going to see the man that did a bit of damage in the first innings, Jacob Bethel. His left arm spin coming into the attack from the Brian Statham end. There's a first change made by Alex Davis, and we didn't think it would be too long until the Warwickshire captain went to his at least 1, potentially 2 spinning options really. He's got, of course, Rob Yates, and he's got Lintott as well, who can bowl, so he's got options from the other end, but it's going to be Bethel from his Statham end. Jennings looks to sweep, and the ball is picked up by Yates at mid-wicket. And there's no run that may have done that, deflected off Dan Mosley,
yeah.
Short leg.
I think he's worn that one, Dan Mosley.
Seemed to sweep it quite nicely, Keaton Jennings, and somehow it ended up plonking out towards mid-wicket. So I think that's come off the short leg fielder. They've strengthened the leg side now with the short leg was there. There's now 2 kind of mid-wickets, Yates and then Lintott just in front of the square leg umpire, and then 2 beyond that. He's reverse sweeping it this time. That's a really good shot. He's got 4 for it. That's a really terrific looking shot by Jennings. Moves on to 18. Instead of taking the conventional sweep, and they've stacked the that leg side for Jennings. He's managed to create a way to engineer a shot and find some runs underneath the body of Hassan Ali, who may have just hurt himself in the process, and has got 4 for it.
Yes, so much so that only now is Hassan going to look for where the ball's gone. But that was hit really hard. And he got in a bit of a tangle trying to stop it, Hassan Ali, but it was coming so fast towards him.
It's disappeared underneath the little sports terrace that tells us there are unforgettable travel experiences to be had.
Well, quite. There's 2 of the fielders are having one now.
They are. They're enjoying a very unforgettable moment, trying to look for the ball.
Everybody looks a bit lost. We've all played in games like this. you're going to lose the ball for a bit. This is usually the point where somebody says, do you want one of the practice balls to carry on with?
It's in there somewhere, folks. Well,
yes.
Maybe not. That's on.
Yes. If you're on the Warwick Road or listening to us catching a tram, if you see a cricket ball coming past, you might throw it back. Hassan has decided he's not looking for it. That one's... We've written that one off, I think.
I think we have. Yep. That's gone for an unforgettable experience somewhere.
Yes. Well, Jennings has given the bowlers a problem here because they've packed the leg side field with Bethel turning the ball that way, and to the very first ball he's reverse swept and whacked it.
It was a proper whack too, wasn't it? It was a reverse sweep with interest. He's done well to create a way to find runs there. So they've slightly rebalanced the field. Short legs disappeared. There's now a point in place and a deep backward point as well, plus the mid-off. So there's slightly more balanced look to the field because of that reverse sweep. Going back this time, Jennings, and flicking the ball away to the leg side. Picked up by Barnard at square leg. There's no run.
I think we'd got it in our head that there'd be 4 men around the bat by now. And yet Warwickshire are on the full defensive here.
37 for 1. Bethel fizzes one in and bowls Keaton Jennings. Gets himself all slightly tangled up in that bid to kind of reverse it again for more runs. He departs for an enterprising and pretty positive start to the Lancashire innings. He's gone for 18, 37 for 2.
Well, it hasn't turned a mile, but Jennings has got himself in a frightful mess, trying to repeat the trick from earlier in the over. And I suppose you'd say that Jacob Bethel has held his nerve there because he's just bowled the ball in exactly the same place and invited Jennings to try and do it again if he can. Because he hasn't turned miles, but Jennings has ended up leaning on one hand, otherwise he'd have finished on his bottom. So yes, it worked once. 2 wickets down. Do you keep the hammer down for a bit?
I think you probably do, don't you? I think at this point.
Might be committed a little bit longer than this.
Yeah. Another wicket for Bethel in this match. He's enjoyed a very good game. And I think the way you described that, he kind of held his nerve, didn't he? Yeah. And basically went for the same delivery again.
Yes, not easy for a young cricketer to do that. Because straight away you might be thinking, well, I'm just going to bowl one-day mode or T20 mode. I imagine he'll be doing quite a bit of bowling in T20s, and he won't be bowling that ball. Well, not very often.
So George Bell's the new batter. And Bethel will come around the wicket to Bell, who sweeps for a single out towards Hassan Ali on the deep backward square leg boundary. Bell gets his first run, so 38 for 2. An eventful over this with the first sweep, which deflected off short leg, which caused Warwickshire to strengthen that leg side to Jennings. Strong sweeper of the ball, and then that excellent reverse sweep for 4. And then had the wicket, and then the single so far. 1 ball left to go. This is the 7th over of Lancashire's second innings. 38 for 2. Bethel to Bahanam this time, and Bahanam plays forward in defence, and there's no run, so that completes the 7th over with 37 left. 38 for 2, Lancashire requiring a further 194, Warwickshire needing 8 more wickets.
If the radar I was looking at was to be believed about half an hour ago, then the one remaining shower threat would be due in the next few minutes. Behind that, it looks clear for the remaining time, but it was going to be a marginal one. Now, the weather is coming from behind us, where we're sat in the media centre. We're looking across at the pavilion, but the weather is coming roughly from over our left shoulder. All the groundside commentators on weather seems to come over the left shoulder. Generally what happens at Edgbaston. Anyway, Ray's going to carry on with seam from the Anderson end, and his first ball of a new over to Bell. He's down the leg side, and Bell doesn't really play at that. So in the 8th of a maximum 44 overs, 38 for 2. Umpire Blackwell's not happy with how the wicket has been remade after Bethel bowled Jennings at that end. He's taken the stump out and tried to put it back a couple of times. Now he waits for Ray to come past him, and Bell moves one leg out of the way and sort of fish hooks, like he's casting a line, hits this down the ground in the air, it plops into space, and they have 2 runs. I don't know whether he is an angler, George Bell, but he looked very much as though he was casting the first line of the day. .40 for 2. A short leg has now come in, but otherwise it's a defensive field. Ray bowls a short ball, and Bell hits this in the air into space, wide of extra cover. Hassan Ali runs round and picks it up, and they get 1 run. Didn't really connect with that, just spooned it into the gap. But the tone of this is very much Warwickshire attack, and it is drizzling with rain now, I think. So this is going to test the umpire's resolve, I think. The umpires, Blackwell and White, have been very eager to get cricket on. Ray bowls, and Bohannon's hit this straight up in the air. It's gone way up, and Davis is going to catch it at mid-on. Another shortish delivery. Bohannon went to pull and got a big top edge. Davis is the catcher. 41 for 3, but rain is falling, and it's really up to the umpires at this point how much rain is too much. Bohannon caught Davis, bowled Ray 15.
There's an element of can they hold the nerve a little bit, the umpires here, because the radar is suggesting it is going to blow through, and then there's not a great deal behind it. It's kind of just this little band of a shower that's just, we're kind of catching the edge of a little bit. But then it looks pretty clear.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether they can stick it out.
Coming off is a big decision, isn't it? 'Cause
Yes.
you come off, you put the covers on, and that in itself, even if it stops almost immediately, that takes kind of 10 minutes by the time you've been through that. And it looks as though they are going to carry on. So Tom Bruce, I would think he's probably not mad keen about coming out at the moment, but here he is at 41 for 3. Now, pull out or keep the hammer down?
I don't know. Yeah, interesting.
Because if we do carry on and it does clear up, suddenly you can be left 35 overs and looking slightly exposed if you've sacrificed a few.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? As to what I mean, there's been no doubt whatsoever. I mean, Bell's come out and played his shots, and just in Josh Bohannon did something similar. So the intent and that understanding is still there. Whether Bruce continues it, I don't know. Whether you hear a lot about these kind of players making up their own kind of individual minds and their own way, finding their own ways to do things. Whether he'll go about it differently, I don't know. But it's been I really like the intent that Lancashire have shown.
Yeah,
I think that's been, and whether if they end up having to close ranks and change their approach, that might well be the case. But I like the way they've come out.
Bruce has not rushed to take guard, and he faces his fellow New Zealander Ray, who pitches that up, and to judge by Ray's reaction, that was about to knock all 3 over, and yet Bruce appeared to meet it with the middle of a defensive bat. he likes a bit of the show, Ray, I think. He's celebrated both his wickets enthusiastically. And he was giving it plenty of oohs and ahs there. One to come. In the 8th over, here he is, Bruce pulls. Oh, and he nearly pulls that onto the stumps as well. It drops off the pad, runs safely. It's the end of the over. Ray can't believe it again. 41 for 3 in 8 overs. This is fun. So much fun that
You're leaving.
Feel too selfish to hog it on myself. I'm going to allow Kevin Howells to revel in it with you.
Yes, it is. Yeah, this is. Having sat and watched it rain from since we got here at 9 o'clock this morning. At least we're having a bit of fun with this final session of the match. The rain might spoil it, but let's hope we get a bit lucky and manage to dodge what is looks like a shower that's kind of heading up from Cheshire.
Not you and your blooming misery.
I'm only being factual with what I can only report the truth.
Sure, is it called Misery, that app you're looking at?
It's
brought me a lot of misery today.
It's the same one that Taylor's got as well.
Oh,
yeah. Well, let's hope it's wrong.
At least we got something. If we hadn't have started at 3:15, I may well have retired on the spot.
So it's going to be Yates replacing Bethel. That's punched away into the offside by Bell, and fielded by Hannon Dolby at mid-off. So he's going to slip in a short leg. Backward point, there's a deep point, deep square leg. Bell drives away again through the offside, out towards Lintop on the cover boundary. Bell gets a single, he moves on to 5. And Lancashire 42 for 3.
Feel otherwise reinvigorated, with all due respect to Surrey, but feel reinvigorated in the competition with that Hampshire win.
That was a good win, that was
big win, important win for the competition.
That was, yeah.
And Essex have gone and thumped Kent now. Here for these two, of course, they're not too sure whether they're looking up or down as we approach the end of this first block. But obviously Warwickshire would love a win, and so too Lancashire on the back of. I think from their point of view, they've got to be really careful now.
Comes Yates, forward goes Bruce. It comes off the inner half of the bat. Bethel comes up from the leg side boundary to field. Bruce gets his first run, 43 for 3.
So we like the intention. I thought
I do. Yeah.
Approach, but not to be reckoned. 8 points for a draw now. You see, you don't throw away that lightly, do you?
Boring.
What, me? It's a bit harsh.
Draws.
Okay.
Watched too many draws last season.
Okay.
But then again, Lancs might have to take one. Here's Yates in and bowls to Bell. Driven away through the offside for a single. Bell moves on to 6. 44 for 4. Oh, there's nothing wrong with a good draw. They're hard fought. Block it out, save the match. Might come to that yet, but having to go at the minute. At least they were. 44 for 3. Bruce on 1. Changing the field here. It's Ray, who's going towards backward square legs. They've got 3 kind of catches close in on the leg side. Short leg, backward square leg, short mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Tries to reverse sweep, but he's gone for an LBW shout as Yates, and Bell says it's a chance to cross and add a run to the total, and here's a run. There's a bit of bat on that from the reverse sweep. Not out, says umpire White. 45 for 3.
It's from his glove first, I think, wasn't it?
I think it was. Bell's back on strike and beaten on 6. Yates is in and bowls again. Forward goes Bell. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 4 coming off it. So 45 for 3, Lancashire require a further 187 to win. There's 35 overs left. And they've lost so far for the top 3. Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Keaton Jennings all gone.
We were sort of joking earlier, weren't we, about this situation, whether you'd almost treat it like a little bit of pre-blast practice out there, a bit of range hitting. give it a good wallop and get yourself in the groove ready for, when's Lancashire's first game, Thursday or Friday? Thursday, which is ridiculous really, isn't it, just a couple of days away from that. But there's a lot at stake here for both teams as Ray bowls, and this one is pulled away. There's plenty of aggression and approach attitude from Bruce there, but he'll only get the one for it. Pull behind the square on the leg side, and that's Jake Lintott doing the fielding. As you know, I'm Johnny Come Lately here. I've only just turned up for today.
Hello, Kevin. Nice to see you.
Thank you for accepting.
Well, I don't think we had much of a choice, did we?
Well, clearly not, because you twice tried to put me off coming, and I ignored your messages. And instead spoke with people who were more welcoming. But the point I was going to make, it's been that sort of a match where you think maybe it's all gone a little bit quiet and then burst into life and action again. Well, this is certainly a period where it's burst into life, but has it got enough left in the game for anything to happen? This is in the air again, could be another catching opportunity, and he's coming around taking the catch and takes it, 4th wicket down. So that approach, aggressive attacking continued, but it's the undoing of Bell. He's now gone for 6, and that now is 46 for 4. Well, we keep on saying, will they stop chasing this? That clearly, surely had to be intention of still chasing it down, but it wasn't to be. And the catch is taken, and it was well held by Hassan Ali as well. He was up there for an awful long time, but he made the call early on, although I'm not too sure who he thought was going to come in and challenge him for that catch. But it is a catch. He has gone, and he's on his way. And, well... This is some game that I be honest with me. Did you really see, even at 3 o'clock, even at 3:15 possibly, even with that overnight declaration, they're playing out like this? Maybe you did, having been here for all 3 days to say.
No, not particularly.
It's had that nature of maybe when you think nothing's happening, it really does. It all kicks off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've got 4 wickets here. They've not going to prize the wickets out, have they, here, Warwickshire? Because Lancashire are playing in this way. Whether they keep going or whether they change tack, I don't know. The fact they sent Matty Hurst out suggests that maybe they're gonna keep having a go for the minute. But yeah, well, it's good. It's making it nice and interesting.
Tell me about Hurst a little bit more, because I've watched a little bit of Lanky with you, of course, this season, but he strikes me as being adaptable.
Yeah, we've seen that
in that one game against Kent when he came out first innings. He was very attacking, and then played differently second time around. Looks as if he's got plenty about him.
Yeah, I think that was a good that match showed the different ways he can bat. Because the first innings compared to the second were very different innings. So
Ray another wicket. He's looking for more. And he comes in again to Hurst, who defends this one, pushes it back to the tall Kiwi, and there will be no run. So Hassan Ali, who's running around there, for those that are not following the pictures, at mid-off. And he was up there for a long time, but he made the call the way. As I say, I couldn't see anybody anywhere near him that fancied it instead of him. It definitely was his to take, but he took it well in the end. But it was one of those up there for so long. As professionals, they can't afford this, but that little voice saying, don't drop it, don't drop it. Ray in and bowls and pulled behind square on the leg side. They've got a couple of fielders down here looking after this area. We've got one very fine leg and another little wider. That's Jake Lintott, who does the fielding here. Sometimes conversations are held. You hear about this afterwards, where for a declaration to happen, there has to be an agreement between the two teams that they are going to chase whatever. Otherwise, that declaration wouldn't have occurred, if that makes sense. It was just over 5 and over. It was teasing, wasn't it? A teasing declaration. So maybe they said, well, we'll keep going. I can't see that being the case, but it does happen sometimes. They come to this agreement. This, for me, there's too much at stake for a team that have not won a game yet in Warwickshire, for Lancashire, who have had their struggles a little bit, a few challenges early season. And this one's a little bit short, and that one has been pulled. Again, look, it's there to be pulled just round the corner. It'll only be for a single, but I still see in Bruce there a little bit of something that makes me think, I wonder. 47 for 4.
Well, he's got a big
target 232.
On his face, hasn't he? I think he's quite enjoying it at the minute.
I'm not too sure it is over yet, the chase.
I don't think it is yet, no.
No. Good stuff. And well worth the wait on a day that otherwise has been frustrating, but eventually underway at 3:15. Ray now bowls again, a shorter ball. Now, is this going to get in between the two fielders? No, it won't. Behind square, leg side again. Left arm throw, they come back for 2. So again, good running. That shows good intent. This is no easy street at the moment, is it? That's a throw from Jacob Bethel out there. End of the over. Ooh, I'm enjoying this. 48 for 4. 10 overs gone. Bruce on 4, Hurst on 1. That target 232. Yep, good stuff. And as I say, yesterday's result at Southampton, proving that Surrey are beatable. And boy, are they beatable.
It was hammering, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. Where did that come from?
I don't know.
And then Essex go on and beat a beleaguered-looking Kent at the moment.
Oh dear.
So has much changed? Well, Surrey and Essex, the 2 top teams, really, still. Now, we thought that was going to be the case anyway. We thought maybe even Surrey would push even further ahead of Essex this year, but the results of this weekend, with only a 2-point gap now at the top, makes you wonder.
There's Yates. Balls to Bruce. It's driven firmly through the offside. And the score moves on to 51 for 4. Yeah, that win for Essex. Yeah, pushing them to within a couple of points of Surrey. Everyone's played, once this game's finished, these have played 7 too. So we're at the halfway point, aren't we, after this round of fixtures?
Yeah.
Kent is second from bottom with 61 points. Lancashire bottom 53. The Warwickshire third from bottom. Full toss, which is helped into the offside by Hurst for 1. He moves on to 4, 52 for 4. There's quite a lot of teams bunched up though, aren't there? It's not.
Well, this is it. This is why, how much do you risk? Because that's very tight towards the bottom, isn't it? Very tight indeed. I'll come back to this in a second.
And there's Yates, balls. Pushed away by Bruce. Foolish ball just outside off stump, but it bobbles its way out through point. Lintott comes up to field. Bruce gets a single. 53 for 4.
It's just wrong to write anybody out of anything at the moment, but Somerset, they looked all at 6s and 7s up there at Durham this week, and you thought, are they going to get a run going? And it all fell apart from there.
Yates balls and Hurst drives away, but for no run.
Hampshire, it looks as if the pitch, along with everything else there, their home ground looks as if that was going to be a hindrance to them. Then they've got a couple of wins on the spin there for them. They actually take on Warwickshire in the next round in a few weeks' time at the resumption of the competition.
Yates in, balls. And again, Hurst driving through the offside. Lintott on the point boundary fields. Hurst moves on to 5, 54 for 4.
Surrey are going to go to Worcestershire. Lancashire are going to go to Kent. And another teasing game, I think, is going to be the one between Essex and Durham, because Durham will continue to have Ben Stokes in their ranks as well for that next game as well. So, Durham, can they get with Ben Stokes?
Yates to Bruce. It's worked to the leg side up towards mid-on for a single. Bruce keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. He's on 7, Hurst on 5, Lancashire 55 for 4 after 11.
Because the Stokes story at the moment, as we witnessed really at Blackpool last week, is about him coming back and proving he's strong as an ox for bowling. And there's been a bit of a light-hearted to-do between himself and Stuart Broad on social media over the weekend, where Broad has been saying something like, Ben, I love you to bits, but stop bowling spells of 10 overs with a dodgy knee, to which Ben replied with a word that I'm not allowed to broadcast. But basically saying to Stuart, keep your nose out. And there's nothing dodgy about my knee. His bowling is looking good. That's a real threat at the moment.
Because you were up there in the swing, weren't you?
Yeah, it's his batting. He now would like to get a few runs. So that's trouble, if you like, for Essex in that game, because he wants to get his batting as well as his bowling sorted now. As his next delivery is short and pulled and very well stopped at square leg. Really nice, tidy piece of fielding. That was flying out there. I think that's Will Rhodes, is it, getting down to that? No, beg your pardon. It's Jake Lintott with the stop. Sharp work. For one moment I thought, is that carried out there? But it was down into the ground and across. Michael Ray continuing to bowl. Doing a really good turn here for Warwickshire at the moment. Looking for more though. They need more. They've got 4. 55 for 4 is the score. As Ray comes in. And that's helped very fine on its way out of the grass. But the keeper, Burgess, rolls over the boundary rope. and that's going to be 4 runs as signalled by the umpire at the far end. This is Ray bowling his 6th over, 3 for 29 after his first 5. But Wells out for 1, Jennings 18, Bohannon 15, Bell for 6. The wickets have fallen to Ray, Wells, Bohannon and Bell. Jennings out to the bowling of Bethel. And we set off with a minimum of 44 overs left in the day's play. We are currently in the 12th over. And this target being set at 232 following that overnight declaration. And Michael Ray bowls short and pulls, well, again, there's signs of Bruce wanting to get at it, but that's the way he is. I mean, perhaps that's the only way, not the only way he knows how to bat, but that's the way he feels more comfortable batting. It could be, the word is at 5 down, lads. That's where we pull up the drawbridge, at 5 down possibly. We wait and see. But it's always the unknown which makes the sport all the more interesting. And Ray passes the umpire again, comes down fairly late on that, spinning around. Although eventually he was out some neat footwork from Keaton. Did you see that neat work? The ball almost runs onto his stumps and a little flick away with the right boot.
Yeah. Handy footwork, that.
Indeed. We never really got to talking whether he has got a football club. It's a sort that I imagine might just be through and through cricket. But he did show some sharp reaction. So it's Ray, head down, in bowls and pulled away behind square again, leg side, finds the gap, another 4 runs. 4 runs for Bruce, 4 for Lancashire, up to 63 for 4. The run rate at the moment is just over 5, where it needs to be to get them to the target, and that's going to help the cause with another boundary. 1 ball left to the 12th over, 63 for 4. Bruce on to 15 off 14 deliveries. A couple of 4s in this over. I love the headband, by the way.
Big fan, that, yep.
Do you think it'll suit me?
Yeah, why not?
I might go for a colour, the white one, I think, makes him look a bit pale.
What colour would you go for?
Blue or green.
Lovely.
Match my eyes. So Ray, back to his mark, and off he comes again. Into ball to Bruce. In and bowls up on his toes. There's a slip there, but it's wide of slip. It's going to be fielded behind square, offside, down towards third. They come back for 2 again. Good positive running. Looking for every run they can get out of this. And that's the end of that over, from which 10 runs came. 65 for 4 after 12 overs. Bruce on 17, Hurst on 5. A target of 232. The run rate of 5.42. Well, can't call it, Scott. Can you call it?
Just trying to imagine you with a headband on. I think it'd look great. Blue headband. You see that? So you could picture it. I like that.
I'm not too sure.
No. I think the next time you come here, I want you in a headband.
Okay.
Leicester have drawn against Glamorgan.
I was at that one yesterday.
Were you?
I commentated on that one for about an hour, and I very enjoyed it with our colleagues.
Did it feel like it was going to be a draw?
No, not when well, I tried to do my best to persuade the other two that it wasn't going to be a draw.
Right.
And there were times when, because the pitch was a bit variable bounce and everything, but
well, it's finished in a draw.
And they've had rain there, and it's yeah. So I'll blame the weather.
Jacob Bethel's going to return. He's replaced Rob Yates. Him from the Statham end, left arm round the wicket, balls. That's nudged away by Hurst. He just loops that into the onside. And there is no run. So Essex beating Kent, Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire. That's a draw. They've not played there today again. And Leicestershire against Glamorgan also drawn as well. Yorkshire have just picked up a second Northamptonshire wicket.
Oh, they've been off for rain. They're not there again.
118 for 2 Northants.
Ooh.
In comes Bethel, bowls a full toss to Hurst. That's played out through the leg side for a single. 66 for 4.
What did you say?
118 for 2. Oh. What do you think I said?
18 for 2.
Oh, right.
That's cracky. That's what?
No, 118 for 2.
Okay.
Northants need 208. Yorkshire need 8 wickets.
Pulsating game at Lord's. God, I wish I was at that one. Oof.
Does look a thriller, to be fair. Yeah, it does.
Almost as exciting as the soup they give you at lunchtime there. Guess the colour.
66 for 4. Bethel around the wicket balls. Bruce flashes this one out to the leg side. That's going to be 4. On bounce, it thuds into the advertising board. And Lancashire move on to 70 for 4. That nicely away off the front foot, leaning into it. Drill through the leg side for 4 runs. Bruce to 21 not out.
The lights taking more effect here again, aren't they? But you know, spins prove rather useful here. So surely, come on, if it's safety issues, it's not a problem. Not a problem.
No, we played under quite gloomy skies yesterday as well. I think both umpires have been quite keen to get on with it. Well, they clearly have, because it's quite wet some parts of the outfield, but they're happy enough to go and give it a go. Jacob Bethel having to dry the ball there on that little white towel hooked into the back of his trousers. He's around the wicket again to Bruce. That's clubbed away towards the onside. That might be all the way for 6. It is. Well, a 4 to the leg side and a 6, and there's 2 young fans going scampering after it. Go and retrieve the ball, lads. There it is.
Oh, do you know, that's friendship. Isn't that friendship? One of them, he had every right there to pick it up and throw it back, but instead he's found it, he's picked it up, and he's given it to his mate to throw back.
I love that.
Do you know, it's made my day.
Has that made your day? Lovely.
Decency amongst the youngsters. There is a future.
I've got to dry the ball again and maybe just inspect it a little bit for any damage done as it rattled in amongst the seats. It's a 76 for 4, Bruce 27. Bethel is in again and bowls. And Bruce drives into the offside. Rob Yates is at cover and there's no run. It's been a pretty lively 12.5 overs.
Loved it. It's been great.
That's
brilliant.
Final ball of the 13th over into Bruce. Goes back and runs it away through the offside, and just about stopped in front of the umpire, who's at point, by Michael Ray. They do get through for 1. That does complete the over. So 12 coming off that over. 77 for 4. Bruce on 28. Hurst on 6.
That's a lovely. Look at that lovely cloud formation up there. That looks really good. Do you know, that looks better on the screen than it does in real life. That looks lovely.
We had some rather fearsome looking clouds last night.
Oh, Taylor got excited by that.
Did he?
Yeah. I've seen it before. You're not too sure actually if it's one of those tornado things. Sometimes it's whipping up there. We had those a couple of seasons ago as well.
Did you really?
But it's the fact you can just see so far beyond all the stuff coming in. And here's Lintott about to ball. So they've taken Ray and his Ray band off, and bring on Bethel for a bit of spin. I don't think that's been forced by the light at this stage. I don't think that's a genuine, organic change of bowling. I don't know, but I'm not too sure the light is that bad at the moment. But around the wicket he comes in and bowls. A bit of width, reaching for it. There will be a run out through extra cover. Ball Bruce, he picks up a single. So this run rate edging towards 6 now, and he's just over 5 needed. And Scott, I love it. Yesterday, IPL, Razzmatazz, big final. Who had the entertainment yesterday? Who had the cricket to enjoy? We did in the championship. That result at the Utility Bowl, that was the highlight yesterday. In and bowls and into the pads, looking to dab that one away, but Hurst Has anything on it? Ooh. Umpire Blackwell shooing away there. Unmoved. So Hurst looking around in a way that says to me they've still got this. They've still got more than half an eye on this one. Goes back, outside edge, it's going to be safe enough. They'll go through for one. Good callings from the other end from Bruce. A single. 79 for 4. So Hurst moves on to 7. Bruce on his 29. Talking of those without that much hair, and they need a bed. But Ben Stokes is a little cheeky lad, you know. He uses Ben Rain's head to get a bit of extra shine on the ball. Around the wicket, in balls, and just enough width there for Bruce to drive it out there for a single. I presume that Ben Rain is happy with that.
He's aware of it, is he?
Come here, Ben. Yeah, this needed extra shine, and he rubs it on the top of his... I have to admit, I feel a bit sensitive about that, but if it's doing the trick for them, and certainly look at their performance of the Chester Street, it seems to be doing exactly the trick, what they're after. 80 for 4 here, meantime. In bowls, looking to reverse. That's gone in the air in the end. How far has that gone? Over the top of Hassan Ali. It's gone for 4 runs, is what it's done. Oh, dear. Oh, I tell you, if they chase this down here now, it's just going to be amazing. We've got a little way to go, but attacking. Great attitude at the moment from Lancashire. That's what I'm enjoying. Pressure back on Warwickshire possibly here at 84 for 4. But it's that wickets column. I think there's only, in terms of the entertainment, there's perhaps only 1 wicket left until it might all change. Hurst has moved to 11. Lintott with what should be the final ball of his first over. Again reaching for it, gets enough bat on it to pick up a single. So there was only 1 dot ball in amongst all that. 5, 6, 7, 8 runs coming from 1 over, 8 runs, sorry. But anyway, I got there, and it's always good to show your workings. No wicket for 8 runs from his 1 over. 85 for 4. Bruce on 30, Hurst on 12. Target of 232.
So does Ben Stokes just get Ben Rain to come over and kind of bow forward and give it a bit of... How does it work? Describe how it's working.
It's not so subservient as that, really. I mean, the two of them are always quite close together. And it's yeah, he just gets the ball on his head. And what surprises me, and I don't think it leaves any red marks. So he's clearly got quite a sheen there to work with.
Love that. Didn't see that in Blackpool. She was disappointed. I quite have enjoyed watching.
I think we had enough on our plate at Blackpool, to be perfectly frank. We didn't need that. But what we did notice about Ben Rain was the way he used to wear wears his floppy hat.
And was he doing it again this week?
Yes, he had the Clint Eastwood look about it.
Excellent. Yeah. Hassan Ali's being introduced. He's going to replace Jacob Bethel. Alex Davis has chopped and changed from this end. A couple of balls from Bethel, a couple from Yates, and now to Hassan, who's in and bowling. That's carved away down towards the 3rd man boundary by Hurst. He's rattled through the first. He wants 2. It's good running. He kind of made the mind up for Bruce, did Hurst. He was instantly turning and coming back for 2. So he moves on to 14 now, 87 for 4.
I'd love to know what, under your intensive examination of Mark Chilton, I think, tonight possibly, but whoever your victim is tonight that you're talking to, I'd love to know what sort of conversations took place, if any. And maybe it's just on Warwickshire's plate, the declaration and everything. It made sense for them to have done that, but it's pushed into the offside and no run, because clearly when we were sitting here and it was raining and all the frustrations with the weather, you're looking at Warwickshire's position and thinking to yourself, God, they're in, no doubt thinking that worked themselves into a good place here. And last night they did score the runs quite quickly. I'm just looking at the card again.
Yes, they did after tea. They did, yeah.
So clearly we felt right. This is our game. We need to really push hard on this one. But what chats took place, if any, between the 2 teams, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Hassan Ali. Oh, sorry, mate.
That's walloped down the ground by Hurst. And Dolby does well. Comes across from mid-on to field. And there's no run, 87 for 4.
Still showing T at Lords. Now, I think T there, that they first broke for T about an hour ago. I think they're struggling to persuade the players to come back out again after T.
Does look like a bit of a dull
603 for 9, a lead of 49 runs, first innings.
It's Hassan in and balls short, and that's pulled its top edge. It's in the air. It should land safe. It does. He didn't kind of fully commit to the shot, Hurst. Kind of almost pulled out halfway through, and in the end looped high and fell well short of square leg, deep square leg. So Hurst moves on to 15, 88 for 4. 2 balls left of this over from Hassan. There's just the one slip fielder. There's a third man. There's a fine leg. There's a deep square leg and a deep point. And then square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. And the skipper's at mid-off. Davis. Here's Hassan Ali in. Balls. That's run away down to third man. Fielded by Bethel. Single for Bruce. He moves to 31. And it's 89 for 4. Need 1 ball remaining of the 15th over. So 143 required at this stage, and there'll be 29 overs left if we can get them in. Oh, it's 6 wickets for Warwickshire. Here's Hassan Ali over the wicket, balls again to Hurst, looks to drive, and in the end just to see that ball ricochet off the inner half of the bat and bounces back down the pitch, and gathered by Hassan off his own bowling, and he's gone for 4 off his first over. 89 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Across the BBC Sport website and the app, we're on Lancs TV as well. The 2 umpires are looking out towards the general direction where the weather's coming from. It is rather filthy skies away to our left-hand side. But at the minute it looks... I was about to say it looks dry, and then...
Who's operating the camera that's showing us that? Oh, and that one's even worse.
Rain is falling.
But they're keeping them out there.
Oh, yeah. No. Hang on. Not for much longer. Well, that could be it.
I think it could be it. Oh, what a shame, Scott. What a shame. It does look to be falling quite heavily. I think we're supposed to speak at this stage, but I'm speechless because I sort of started to overlook, looking forward to that a bit too much. That, by the way, is not thunder. That is the hover cover. I don't think the umpires had much option there, did they?
Don't think so. No, I don't think so. Plus, it's what's heading in our direction.
What's your misery app say?
Well, I'm not looking at the app. I'm looking at the skies, and the skies are telling the miserable story, I'm afraid.
Right.
Which is bleak, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Oh, Hassan Ali having a word with the umpire about something. Saying we can play in this ump, keep us out here.
It's not massively heavy, is it?
Well, Alex Davis and that's Michael Ray again, is it? Can't see his headband, but he's got his cap on. But they are the last 2 to leave, which always suggests that they're trying to stay out there for as long as possible. But the only problem is, lads, you need to get off, otherwise you'll end up under the cover. They'll knock you over.
For viewers on Lancs TV, that looks quite bright, but I'm afraid that's already been and gone. It's over the other side of where we're broadcasting from the media centre, where the skies are looking a bit grim, and that's where it's coming from. It's not raining particularly hard, but there is a distinct possibility it's going to get heavier. Alex Davis still hasn't left the field. He's slowly trickling his way back towards the dressing room. It was very entertaining. It was a lot of fun for 15 overs. And, well, we might get back out, but...
Yes, it's not very heavy at the moment, but the misery app, I like that.
Oh,
I like that from Kevin. He's
eating shortbread biscuits now.
How can a man eat shortbread at a time like this? The misery app is not overly optimistic for the next 25 minutes thereabout or so, and that would probably be enough to make the difference, wouldn't it? Which is a shame. But that wasn't the 15 overs I thought we were going to see.
No. Which I'm pleased with.
Yeah,
I'm pleased with that because that was quite fun.
It was, and it still could be, but we are in the hands of the umpires. We've had several heavier showers than this one. But I suppose if they carried on and left the ground exposed to what they think might be a downpour, then that would can it. But anyway, it's immaterial for so long as it carries on raining. However galling it might be to both teams potentially, with Lancashire 143 short of what I think I would say, without causing too much offence, would have been an unlikely victory given how most of the previous, certainly the last 2 days, have gone. And Warwickshire 6 wickets short.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we've had one cover being dragged out, and the ground staff are going to retrieve some more to protect the square as it just gets a little bit heavier. So we're look set for well, I mean that could be it, couldn't it? Because you say it's quite heavy. It would have seen what's heading in our direction. I'm not sure how much more water I mean it's wet. I mean the umpires have said it's playable, but the outfield is pretty wet. You can tell that when the players are diving around. You can see water splashing up.
To the extent that I think if this was the first day of a new game, then I think they might have wanted another half an hour with the soap stopper on it.
Yeah.
Because certainly down in the corner, I mean, there was one point where Ed Barnard dived and, you know, in the wrestling in the 70s, Kevin will remember this, they used to say giant haystacks would go for a splash finish. Do you remember that? They used to leap off the ropes, and I nearly did it then. And land on the top of some poor soul who was lying on the canvas. It was called splash finish.
Right.
But Ed Barnard literally did one in the corner where you went down, a bow wave of water came up. So I don't think that would be considered playable on the first day of a game.
No.
But here we all are wanting to play and get a game on. So I think you make allowances, don't you? But you can't very well do that if it's raining now, which it is.
You cannot, no. So the extra sheet's been pulled across, and now they'll go and retrieve one that's tucked into the side of the hover cover and protect the whole square. Well, it was good fun while it lasted, which was for 15 overs, 89 for 4, and then a slightly more steady approach from Hurst and Bruce, not without intent, and there was a 6 in there, and they've between them hit 4 fours, but it was a slightly more calmer approach, but it was highly entertaining, the 15 overs that we've seen. And if that is it, that's all we get today, then so be it. 89 for 4. Still need 6 wickets, Warwickshire. Still in theory have, well, they don't now. They're going to be losing some now. There would have been 29 overs left, but we are losing time in this match now, again. So that will be, if we did get back out, that will be shaved off even more. We shall wait and see just how heavy this rain is, and if and when we get back out there. We will be back with you here on the BBC Sport website and app, and across Lancs TV.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made. But friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red Ball, White Ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's safe. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action, all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face has got him on. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
Hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go? as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's ready to put him on. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
Monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Did think, not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, you know, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but you know, they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwen. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think no, my school was more football. Played 2 games I think at school, won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancs and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way. Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you'd call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian,
Lloyd, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play. I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No, a handful. So you're learning on the job, basically. Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and old age. And old age. Me. You were still around. Yes. Telling us what to do at Crosby one day. I remember. Yeah. God. But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to.
So that's the scene here, live from Emirates Old Trafford. I'm afraid the rain, the winner in the end, and the players unable to get back out onto the field of play, and the match ends in a draw, with Lancashire finishing their second innings on 89 for 4. So it was entertaining in that little 15 overs spell that we had. Not too much cricket on the fourth day, I'm afraid. Waited an age to get some cricket, and then we saw Lancashire have a bit of a go and see if they could score some runs, and Warwickshire took some wickets, and it was all quite entertaining for 15 overs. They are the wickets to have fallen. Luke Wells for 1, Keaton Jennings for 18, Josh Bannon and George Bell, 3 wickets for Michael Ray, and 1 for Jacob Bethel. He's had a good match. Ray picking up 3 for 39 in those 15 overs, and that's how it all finishes, I'm afraid. Match ending in a draw, and the weather in the end, I guess the big winner, having lost so much time in this fixture. We had rain in the first day, didn't we? We actually played quite a lot on the second day, and then rain through the course of this fourth and final day. So a draw, it ends here at Emirates Old Trafford. In terms of the bonus points from this match, Warwickshire taking a batting bonus point and Lancashire taking 3 bowling bonus points from this match, and Warwickshire also picking up 3 bowling bonus points as well. Lancashire missing out on any batting points. Right, that's it for this little sequence of county championship fixtures. We're going to have a break for the T20 Blast, and it starts on Thursday with a double header live here from Emirates Old Trafford. First up, it's the Charlotte Edwards Cup fixture between Lancashire Thunder and Central Sparks. So that's a 1 o'clock start, and then following that from 7 will be at Lancashire Lightning against Durham in the Vitality Blast. So that's on Thursday, and we'll bring you coverage of that here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app as well. But from everybody here at Emirates Old Trafford, enjoy the rest of your Bank Holiday Monday.